Ward Squeaky Werner says nothing. Tight Ward Squeaky Werner says where's my jerky?
Probably in the store yet where you left it.
Restreambot yells YouTube at Botrix. Botrix has successfully joined the channel.
Tight Ward Squeaky Werner says don't forget karma.
Says hello.
Well, hello, DeGraff. How you doing?
Lynn 15 says hi, DeGraff.
DeGraff Gaming says okay.
The weather good over there by you today, Graf?
DeGraff Gaming says PK. DeGraff Gaming says getting ready to storm.
Oh, getting ready to storm? Kind of feels like what it seems like here.
DeGraff Gaming says I am in Missouri.
You're in Missouri? We're getting ready to leave Missouri.
DeGraff Gaming says yay, I live in Missouri. DeGraff Gaming says hey at Lint 15.
So other than that, DeGraff, what you been up to? Anything interesting?
WZBot yells level up for Lint 15. Top 10 number 1 LVL 993. DeGraff Gaming. Top 10 LVL 41.
Gaming says nothing, fighting these storms and trying to get moving to Springfield, Missouri.
Alright. How is the moving going, Ben, otherwise?
Graph Gaming says weather has a big part of it.
Yeah, it always does. Every way you look at it.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Jim Rockford 777, everyone have a safe and blessed day.
Thanks, Jim. You too.
YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. Hi, everyone.
Alright.
Streambot says YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. It looks like a nice weather there, huh?
Well, it was until it started raining.
Says YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. It ran a little bit yesterday here in Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, did ya? Or did it, I should say?
Restreambot says YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. Yeah, but no thunder and lightning. It's a good thing.
Right.
Restreambot says YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. My dogs get scared of the thunder sometimes.
Yeah, that's understanding for dogs.
Restreambot says YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. Hey Gary, do you guys have any pets? I have 3 dogs. I'm just asking.
We got 2 Yorkies that are at home.
A whole radio network in the living room. Sounds crazy.
Zbot says, new follow, S Heart, Obsidian Luxury Heart, welcome. 4,613 followers, plus 3.
Welcome in. Obsidian Luxury.
Welcome in, luxury.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. Hey, Restreambot 4225. Darren69 says hello, everyone, safe journey.
Hi, Darren. Thanks. Hope you're having a great day.
Mint 15 says hi, Darren.
Darren69 says don't know why it said it twice, only sent one message.
Might have got stuck in the queue, Darren.
Bot yells level up for Darren Fern 69. Top 10, LVL 257. WZ-Bot says Fry, top 10. Rank number 2, level 840, 14,921, 26,040 XP.
G-Bot says all commands are on our About page on Twitch. Thanks.
says, YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. It looks like a traffic is clear for you guys.
Yep.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Fry-TV raid from Eric.
Raid from Eric. Welcome in, Raiders.
Top Catone says, good afternoon all.
Hey, Top.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Fry-TV. Restreambot says, YouTube at ChrisAir007. Good afternoon, Gary. Smiling face mechanic Eric sent me here. Good to see you.
Hi, Chris.
Restreambot
How you
says,
doing?
YouTube at Clara Bailey. Yes from Eric. Restreambot
Claire.
yells, YouTube at Botrix at Clara Bailey just reached level 1. Top
you doing,
Catone
Claire?
says, at Lint 15 high.
How you doing, Eric? Chris, how's your day going?
Fry says welcome in Raiders. Fry says long.
Ain't you in two channels?
Restreambot says, YouTube
Word.
at Clara Bailey. Good hello.
Glad to hear, Claire. Glad you're doing
Restreambot
good.
says, YouTube at ChrisAir007. Cheers, Gary. I'm doing good, sir. Hope your day's been good so far, mate.
It's been halfway decent. In a way.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Jeffrey Heisey 8026. Hey, Chris. Restreambot says, YouTube at ChrisAir007. Hiya, Jeffrey.
Fry says be in two channels now.
Right. That's what he said.
Restreambot says, YouTube at ChrisAir007. Oh, well, I hope things get better, Gary.
Well, eventually.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Fry-TV. Hey, at ChrisAir007. says YouTube at Fry-TV. Hey, Clarabelle. Restreambot says YouTube at Chris007. Hi again, Fry. Restreambot says YouTube at Fry-TV. Hey, at Jeffrey High C 8026. Restreambot says YouTube at Jeffrey High Z 8026. Are you by yourself, Gary?
Driving for today? No. Carmen drove earlier. She's done for the day. And she's going to take some time off, so we will be driving solo for now on.
Says YouTube at Jeffrey High Z 8026. Oh, okay, cool.
Yep, I can't wait. I see.
Well, as long as you're not exhausted, just let's keep going.
Restreambot says YouTube at Sweet Things. Stopping in with a flyby hi from Eric's 5-4 now.
Hi, sweet thing. How you
Restreambot
doing?
says YouTube at Jeffrey High Z 8026. Hey, Fry TV.
Hope you're having a great day.
Restreambot says YouTube at Chriser007 GTSY Sweets Things. Restreambot says YouTube at Fry-TV. Hey, Sweets Things.
So how did Eric do today, everybody? Did he slack off again today?
Crazy Legs 96 says, hey, Gary, how's life?
Hey, Crazy Legs. How are you?
YouTube at ChrisAir007. Lol, he did some actual work today, haha.
He did actual work today? Holy shit, that's a first.
Streambot says YouTube at ChrisAir007. Face blue smiling, face blue smiling, face blue smiling. Restreambot says YouTube at JeffreyHeisey8026, my brother-in-law. His name is Gary also. His birthday is coming up soon on this mouth, June 14th.
Well, happy birthday to him.
Jeffrey High Z8026. Well, I see you all later. I'll be later today to check on you guys.
Yeah, we only got like 4 hours and 43 minutes, so we'll probably, I don't know if we'll be back, still on yet by the time you get back. But thanks for stopping in.
Restreambot says, YouTube, at ChrisAir007. See you soon, Jeffrey. Restreambot says, YouTube at Fry-TV. Later at Jeffrey High C8026. Restreambot says, YouTube at Jeffrey High Z8026. Okay.
yells level up for Crazy Legs 96, top 10, LVL 74.
short cycles.
Brady says, I thought Carmen was driving and not you.
No, she ended up only having to drive a partial day today.
Brady says, I see.
After we get back from vacation, I'll be driving solo for a while.
Brady says, oh, really?
Yeah.
WZBot yells level up for Brady. Top 10, LVL 545. Blacksmith Pop, top 10, LVL 404.
Always listening.
chair that normally goes for $600 for $236.
Ah.
Tupac Shakur says, hello, Gary, what's up, PP?
Not a lot. Not a lot, Tupac. How are you been today? What color is it, Top?
Tupac Shakur says, great, it's just too hot, I am melting lol.
You're melting. How hot is it by you?
Top Katone says, back in blue.
Okay. Black and blue. Not bad colors.
Tupac Shakur says it's 95 Fahrenheit, but feels like more.
Dang. I'd have been okay with that temp.
Top Katone says it's all black with a blue accent on the back of it.
Oh, nice, nice. I've probably seen them. They got those those little extra cushions on them and everything in all those places.
Katone says he'll post a pic of the chair in your DMS so you can see it later on.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Says Aang wanted to get it for me for Father's Day.
Nice. Nice Father's Day gift.
Katone says the chair was already discounted, but she saved an extra $50 with her employee discount.
Nice.
chair.
Oh, one of them kind of chairs.
I'm getting a little rebellious, isn't it? So, what shall we do next with our road radio station? WZBot yells level up for Ida Pachakur, top 10. LVO 105, Top Katone, top 10. LVO 129.
Top Katone says yes, the fans have a LED light, but I don't care about the lights, I can turn that off.
Right, right. I've seen some of those chairs, they kind of just glow up in the dark.
Says, how long will you be off for the weekend?
We won't be back until Wednesday. I won't be back until Wednesday. I'll be going out solo after Wednesday.
Just tell them you kicked me off the truck. That's all there is to it.
No, you kicked yourself off the truck.
Oh, whatever.
Says, okay.
My simulated explosion is clearly underwater, and I'm just staying up for the three.
Top Katone asks, going solo, they kicking Carmen off your truck.
Carmen pretty much decided to be that she didn't want to be doing this, so.
Brady says, oh. okay, trucking's not for everyone.
He's flexing again. Just a small fry now. And she flexes in every way. But my rate gets higher every day. I must be a lucky What am I doing? One more time, what am I doing?
Katone says in small spaces can make for more problems than it's worth.
Well, the thing is when you got somebody that's got over 26 years of experience and you just kind of mention something to one that's got less than that, and all of a sudden they get a little bent out of shape.
Are you going up north for the weekend?
Yes. Finally go spend some vacation that we haven't been able to do at all. It's already after June and we usually have at least been up north probably 3-4 times by now, and we haven't even been up there once this year.
WZBot yells, level up for CO. Welcome back. Toy Mike's 1970 Top 10, LVL 709. Dog Rumernical, Top 10, LVL 488. Top Catone, Top 10, LVL 130.
looks like off to that left there. I don't like that little cloud there. like something's brewing on that cloud. Looks like you got some major storms coming through just in Omaha there, but you're not in the red, you're more like in the yellow, Lynn.
Says, ooh, angry clouds.
Very angry.
Lynch 15 says yes, for the last 2 HRs it's been thundering and lightning had one boom that brought me off the couch.
Now one that's kind of hanging down off to the left there, I'm kind of wondering about that one. Storms coming up behind that.
They were in short supply of drivers just tomorrow, so I am going to get double paid this day.
Must be nice. truckers union too, Henrik? Like Sumasili was saying?
Brady says hi, Lynn. Brady says hey at Henrik. Henrik says nope.
Linked 15 says, hi, Brady.
Henrik says I am going to start driving after tomorrow, the 2nd of July. Haha. I managed to get one more vacation day just because they really wanted me to work tomorrow.
So you're off until July? How does that rate?
WZ-Bot yells, level up for Top Qatar. Top 10, LVL 131.
Henrik says yeah. Henrik says 4 weeks if we have.
Must be nice.
Brady says so if Carmen is going to be driving anymore, what will she do now or next? Henrik says yep, and getting a double paid like this in this month is also nice. Says Carmen is probably sleeping. Brady, hush.
Yeah, we're going through that storm.
Restreambot says, YouTube at Smithville167. Is this going to be alive all the way to Wisconsin?
Yeah.
Restreambot names YouTube at Smithville167. Wow, let's go. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in here a little bit. I need to sleep now, talk tomorrow, or are you guys making it home tonight?
No, we ain't making it home tonight. We got it delivered tomorrow. Around 11 o'clock in the morning.
Note 15 says now coming.
Henrik says, okay, talk tomorrow then, guys. Drive safe.
You too, Henrik. dumped in temperature after that, like in the 70s down to like the freaking 69.
WZ bot yells, level up for Henrik. Top 10, LPL 479. yells, level up for Fry, top 10. Number 2, LVL 841, Baby Fastenels 0N, top 10. LVL 68.
Streambot says YouTube at Don's Hi from Brazil.
Hello, Donnie from Brazil.
says, YouTube at Donix. Hello, bud.
What's the weather like by you? And I think it's probably evening over there by you, ain't it?
Restreambot asks YouTube at Donix, what kind of trailer you usually pull?
Everything will be in that
yells, level up for Brady. Top 10, LVL 546. Baby Fastenals 0N. Top 10, LVL 69. WZ Bot says Brady, top 10 rank, number 7 level, 546, 2,697, 16,926 XP, 5s.
Brady says I am getting my level up.
Yep. Slowly. Slowly, Brady.
Brady says so if I get top 5, then I get my voice, then once I have it, then I don't lose it right if I drop down past 5.
Right. Absolutely right. As long as we don't have our system ever crash, you'll always have your voice.
He says, do you have any projects that you are going to do while up north?
Yeah, we got leaves to get put out into the woods. We've got wood to kind of clean up. Yeah, there's plenty of stuff up north to do. There's always something up there to do. Doing, baby face?
Babyface Nell 0N says good. Babyface Nell 0N says having tea.
Copy that and having tea. They're doing over there, it's like completely flooded with water. I don't know if they did that on purpose or what, but it's got water over there.
Babyface Nell 0N says looks like trying to control something.
Well, I don't know. That's been under construction for a while already.
Babyface Nell 0N says preserving irrigation.
Apparently they haven't gotten to putting concrete down or getting it
Babyface Nell
ready.
0N says maybe.
Like I said, it's been like this for a while.
WZ Bot yells level up for Baby Fastnell's 0N. Top 10. LVL 71. Until 5 p.m. CDT. At 0420
Katie says, how far are you from the Yard AKA home?
From the yard, oh, we're at least still a couple more hours other than 3 hours. Maybe like 2.5, depending upon which way we go. So right now we got about 3 hours, and then we got about roughly about 2.5 hour drive yet. Maybe 3 extra. We won't make it home tonight.
Ebot says all commands are on our About page on Twitch. Thanks.
You're listening to Tricks FM. Think for yourself. Question authority and trust no one. WZBot yells, level up for Baby Fastenal's 0N. Top 10, LVL 73.
Sounds not. Time to bind. The sounds measured in succession proportional to these needed to stir the heart. It is melody. It is harmony. It is both. Added as every word is said, which charms the sense of
for Baby Fastenal 0N, Top 10, LVL 74.
sloppy joes and tater tots tonight.
Sloppy joes and tater tots. What else is everybody making tonight for supper? Or did you have for supper?
And JG26 Cappy says, howdy folks.
Hi, Cappy. How you doing?
Babyface Nell 0N says at Lint 15 tasty.
Lint 15 says, hi, Cappy.
And JG26 Cappy says, workday over. Thanks for the R earlier. JG26 Cappy says at Lint 15.
What are you gonna probably have tonight for supper, Cappy?
You're listening to Tricks FM, your home for future music, where even Pac-Man gets upgraded to neon lasers. Ghosts in the club now. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Perfect. WZ Bot yells level up for Lint 15. Top 10 number 1 LVL 994. NJG 26 Cappy. Top 10 LVL 115. Baby Fastenels 0N. Top 10 LVL 75.
Personnel 0N says minimum 30.
The last warning has been issued for Culberson, Henry's County in Texas. It expires at 8 p.m.
WZBot yells level up for baby fasteners 0N, top 10, LVL 77.
Okay, we've officially gone off the rails, and I am here for it. That is wonderfully bizarre. You're locked in with the Twix FM. We're on a roll with the biscuit.
Legendary Centurion says, hi Gary and Carmen, hope your day treating you well.
Hi, Legendary. How's your day been?
Legendary Centurion says, not bad, thanks yourself.
It's been alright. Ran through a little bit of rain earlier. Kinda got the truck washed up a little bit. Probably gonna be going through another rainstorm probably again soon.
Legendary Centurion says, I bet you're looking forward to the weekend.
Eventually, yes. Supper tonight, Legendary.
Legendary Centurion says king prawns and pasta.
Oh, nice, nice.
Bryce says, okay, getting ready for work. See you in about 30.
10-4.
Legendary Centurion says trying to eat healthier to help my body.
Right. As Fry would say, your health is your wealth.
Babyface Nell 0N says Rumidisco.
Tight ward squeaky whirler, says Gary.
Warner. Warner.
Towards Squeaky Werner, says Gary.
What, Warner?
WZBot yells level up for Legendary Centurion. Top 10, LVL 173. Babyface Nels 0. Top 10, LVL 78.
Tight towards Squeaky Werner says I got my own jerky since you didn't get me any long.
See? All you had to do was spend some money.
Route 15 says Werner.
Babyface Nels 0N says trying to eat healthier is like everyday oath, but sticking to it is 50% possible.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Tight towards Squeaky Werner says only.
What brand did you get, Warner?
Tight towards Squeaky Werner says and then my GF eats half the back before I even opened it long.
Legendary Centurion says, are you fully loaded?
As far as I know, yes. We got 40-some thousand pounds on board, so yeah, we're pretty well loaded. We got about roughly 2 hours, a little over 2 hours to go yet. We won't get unloaded until 11 tomorrow.
Towards Squeaky Werner says old Trapper's old-fashioned beef jerky.
Richard Strecking 78 says, how you doing tonight?
Good,
Monkey Dogs
Richard.
190 says Gary.
We're doing awesome. Monkey.
Tight towards Squeaky Werner says Monkey.
Legendary Centurion says, oh, did you manage to sort out the axle problem you had? Richard Strecking 78 says, I'm doing awesome tonight.
Glad to hear it, Richard. Well, we called the shop today, and they're going to look at it once we get the reefer back there. They're going to go.
Monkey Dogs
go over
190
it.
says, how's the driving going?
It's been pretty good. A little bit of rain that we had earlier, but it's been all right. But yeah, the shop will look at it once we take the truck and trailer up to the yard.
Towards Squeaky Werner says Gary don't need more repair bills.
Well, when it comes to the trailer, that ain't going to be on me. That's going to be on the company. On the carrier. They're going to be taking care of those bills. That ain't on us. We just lease the trailer. That's
Tight
it.
towards Squeaky Werner says oh it's on the trailer.
Yeah, it's on the trailer.
Are we hitting the sweet spot of senselessness yet?
Towards Squeaky Werner says how you feeling, Gary?
I'm alright. Eager to get this load delivered and then start heading back to home.
says, how many trailers do you own, Gary?
This is just a trailer that we leased from the carrier. We don't own trailers. It's like $200 a month that we it's leased out to us. But for anything repair-wise or whatever else, they kind of take care of. Now, if we blow a tire, that's going to be on us. But even though it shouldn't be, but you know, we're pulling it, so they're going to blame us for the tires. But that's not a big deal, as long as we don't blow all 8 tires, we're good.
Tightwad Squeaky Wernus says Gary owns millions of trailers.
I don't own millions of trailers. Get it right, Werner.
Babyface Nell 0N says, for this long journey, how many stops it require for gas refilling?
Tightwad Squeaky Werner says he's the richest trucker around.
So far we've had to make 1 stop for fuel. We might have to make 1 stop to probably put just enough in to get back to the yard, but I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see.
Babyface Nell 0N says, okay.
Tricks at them. It's the energy thing. She's underneath the covers. We share a bed with our soul. Tricks is always cold.
And depending upon the reefer sometimes of how cold the product is, so if it's like at -10 and it's like 90 degrees outside, that reefer will actually work itself a lot and use a lot of diesel fuel compared to like 24, 34 degrees.
Tricks is nearly perfect, romantically superhuman, but she isn't.
Currently right now the temp is set at like 34, so it hasn't really came on all that much. Speaking of that, it just came on.
says considerable impact.
Yeah. So yeah, the trailer actually uses a lot less fuel when it's on like 30s, 28 degrees, maybe 24 degrees compared to minus 10. It's got to be on, it goes on high idle a lot. And when it goes on high idle a lot, that's when it uses more fuel.
Big Scooby Workshop says, well, hello there, Gary and Chad.
Hi, Big Scoop.
Babyfacenell0N says in which season it required that type of cooling mostly.
Well,
Mikey B Gaming 21 says, good evening, Gary.
hi Mikey. Believe it or not, around the year, I mean, we could be taking anything that could be frozen, even in summer months or winter months. Will it act differently? Yes, it will because of outside ambient temperature, but reefer will still kind of use more fuel depending upon the season of the year. Summers, it'll always use more. Winters, maybe not as much, because if it's like minus 20 out, it'll actually heat the product.
Babyfacenell0N says, Ed's totally missed the answer.
WC Bot yells, level up for Tightwad Squeaky Warner. Top 10, LVL 603. Mikey B Gaming 21. Big Scooby Workshop. Big Scooby Workshop. Top 10, LVL 188. Legendary Centurion. Richard Strucking 78, top 10. LVL 42. NJG 26, Cappy. Baby Fastener 0N. Top 10.
Babyfacenell0N says, okay. Babyfacenell0N says in the summers.
So here's what can happen between winter versus summer. So let's say up here we get like minus 20 degrees out, and you got the reefer at minus 10. It'll actually literally heat the product to keep it at minus 10. Now the summer months, yeah, it's going to run a lot more because of 90-degree weather outside. You're trying to keep something in a box at minus 10, so you're going to use more fuel and run the refrigerator a lot more during the summer months compared to the winter months. But it's kind of ironic how all of a sudden it'll heat the product, you know, to kind of keep it at minus 10 when it's like minus 20 outside. So ambient temperature outside always has an effect on the trailer.
Towards Squeaky Werner says winter just open the trailer up. It'll stay frozen long.
Yeah, not always that easy, Warner.
It is melody. It is harmony. It is both negative.
Babyfacenell0N says, makes sense.
That which charms the sense of hearing. From the Latin chica, from the Greek usage, the art of the muses. This, when the minds react to others, they drew their plans against us. No one would have believed they drew their plans against us. It was the machines. They drew their plans against us.
But yeah, it's hard to, you know, like when you go from different state to state. Now, let's say we leave out of Wisconsin or Minnesota, and they've got minus 20 degree, minus 20 below zero weather, and then all of a sudden you start traveling, you know, south into like 60, 50, 60, 70, 80 degree weather, then all of a sudden the reefer will make a sudden change, like saying, whoa, wait a minute, we can't heat the product now, and now we gotta cool off the product to maintain minus 0 or minus 10. So yeah, it's kind of ironic of how atmospheric temperature can play a big role on that.
Tightwad Squeaky Werner says, how often do you have to check it?
Babyfacenell0N says, huge impact.
I normally just check it anytime that I get out of the truck. I'm always checking to make sure it's at temp and nothing, but there is a light when I showed last week when when we parked the truck and trailer, that what would happen if all of a sudden something hits a fault on there, it
Tightwad
turns to
Squeaky
yellow.
Werner says, if it fails, does the truck alert you?
The truck does not alert me. The trailer will alert me with a yellow indicator light that's just above the green light. The green light will go out and the yellow light will come on the reefer. The 5-hour video that I did trailer. Especially when I put it in pre-trip mode.
Tie towards Squeaky Word says if there's no photos I don't understand it. Gary, you know that lol.
Yep, I know. Well, if you watch the video, you'll have all the pictures to look at.
Babyface Nell 0N says, does the loading and unloading time increases in winters?
No, it don't. It can still take them 2 hours to unload a trailer. Depending upon how quick they're moving. It don't make no difference. But the one thing that I notice a lot down south is that the doors open on the inside, which is kind of nice. So I don't have to open them. They can just usually, well, one place we got to cut the seal. I don't know why they can't cut it, but I at least got to cut it and back it up, and then they'll open the doors on the inside of the building, which I'm kind of really liking that. There's not a whole lot of places up north that where you back up to the dock and they can open the doors on the inside. They seal it, and as long as they got the load bars up, I'm good. Don't matter much to me, but then I ain't got to shut the doors. They can shut them.
Babyface Nell 0N says south became convenient.
Yeah. Like I've said, there's not a whole lot of places up in the north where all of a sudden, you know, the doors open on the inside of the building and they take care of that, but it's far rare in between that you'll have a place say, nope, keep the doors shut, back up to the door, we'll load it up and seal it up, and then get your bills and you're on your way.
Babyface Nell 0N says nice. Babyface Nell 0N says on their part.
Yep.
How's that land? A little self-aware? Like between them?
Now, where we are going to deliver tomorrow, obviously, we're going to have to open up the doors and probably might have to disconnect the truck and trailer from the trailer. So, yeah, that kind of sucks. But that's the way those guys are with Walmart.
Babyface Nell 0N says connecting back the trailer must be a typical and technical thing to do.
No, not really. I mean, once you do it over and over and over, it's kind of like anything else. But I mean, it's kind of foolish. But in another way, I could probably understand why they have it that way. days because maybe somebody has pulled out while somebody was unloading, or somebody got pissed off at Walmart and decided, it's like, well, I'll fix them, I'll pull out. Next thing you know, the forklift was on here, probably creating a heck of an accident. I don't know. A lot of places got their reasons. Yesterday when we got loaded up yesterday, I mean, they took,
Babyface 0N says that bike is living dangerously.
Yeah, but when we got loaded up yesterday, I mean, they came out, they took off the red airline hose and they put a lock on it, glad hand lock on it, so you couldn't move the trailer. That's just some of the safety precautions some places do. They probably had it where a driver probably pulled out, and next thing you know, there was probably some accident with the forklift or something.
Stop making the heavy movements that disturb your mind. Selectiveness is not open. It's self-respect.
Babyface 0N says very necessary to cross-check.
Yeah.
WZ-Bot yells level up for Baby Fastenal's 0N. Top 10. LVL 86.
Babyface Nell 0N says, is there black ice on the road on few parts of highway in winters or a lot?
It depends upon how well they clean the roads. Could there be? Yeah, there could be. Have we ran into issues of black ice? Sometimes. Did it make us create an accident? No.
Face Nell 0N says, does it become dangerous during uphill and downhill driving in winter?
It can, yes. depending upon the road conditions. Especially with an automatic transmission like what we have now. Manual transmission, you can control the truck a lot better than you can with an automatic, because an automatic, I mean, you can switch this into manual, but there's a big, huge difference on how the transmission reacts switching it into manual than actually having a manual transmission.
WZ Box says, you follow S-Heart UPN Heart Welcome. 4,613 followers. Just more.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yukion.
Welcome in, Yuki Ange.
WZ-Bot yells level up for Babyface Nels 0N, top 10, LVL 88.
Babyface Nell 0N asks, so the transmission does not feel that responsive when switching it to manual?
It's not really the same as an actual manual transmission. It still has, how could I say it? It's still, you just don't feel like you have the main control like you would with an old manual transmission on a semi.
Says, bless you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Babyface Nell 0N says power management is not equivalent to complete manual transmission.
Yeah. So the first year when we started buying this truck, because this was under a lease purchase agreement, the first winter I went through, we were going through Iowa, and they had a really bad snowstorm in there, and the road crews didn't clean the roads very well, and I was coming down a slight incline, and all of a sudden at that time this transmission was programmed to kind of be like what they call an equal roll. So when it would come down go down the incline, it would go into neutral, and all of a sudden it almost put me into a skid. And I mean, it just started to kind of slightly do the skid, and luckily I was able to counter it, but that was the last time I ever had that parameter on the truck. I actually had them take that parameter off, or disable that parameter.
Northeastern Central South Dakota.
control of the truck when it shifts into neutral. Automatic.
Babyface Nell 0N says dangerous situation while taking the heavy load.
Yeah. This truck has definitely gotten a little squirrely a couple times during the winter months. That's why I really don't like automatic transmissions. You don't really have control of the truck all the time.
0N says, I guess all the new trucks must be sticking to automatic transmission. Manual is becoming rare to get or completely gone.
Well, they're getting to be harder to get. Before, back then, when you bought a semi, that was what they called OEM. Originally equipped by manufacturer. Now manuals are not considered OEM. Automatics are the new OEM. You almost got to custom order a truck to get a manual transmission now. Where before, getting an automatic was the custom. You had to custom purchase that. The other reason why they came out with more automatics were to get more women actually in trucking, because otherwise a lot of transmissions, even with some guys that knew how to drive a manual transmission, they would blow up a transmission on the road or be too hard on the transmission. But it just made it much more easier for women to get into trucking. And guys that probably had knee problems for pushing in a clutch after a while, it's much easier for them just to use an automatic semi to keep trucking you.
Babyface Nell 0N says, is it tough to recognize black ice on highway at this speed and winters?
Yes, it can be. And as for truck fires, there could be a lot of instances why those happen. I honestly don't know. I mean, we've almost had a truck burn up while it was in the shop. And it wasn't for what they were working on. It was they were working on an EGR valve, and all of a sudden the HVAC unit just, from what I seen, it got water on around by the blower motor and started just to arc and started to catch on fire. Luckily they were able to pull the battery cables off and pull the truck out, but the truck made it through it. And I had to put a new HVAC unit in the truck after that. But anything can start a truck on fire. Wires wear through and arc out, and
Babyface Nell 0N says, true, there could be so many reasons for catching fire.
yeah. I mean, even like a reefer can easily catch on fire if you got a bird's nest in there or a twig, a leaf, or something in there. So I'm pretty adamant of keeping the reefer unit cleaned out and free of debris in there. It doesn't take long for a bird to start thinking it's like, oh, I'm going to make a nest in here. It's nice and comfortable in here.
Brady says this may be dumb, but I did not know that reefer unit trailers need fuel. I thought that they run off power from the truck or something.
No, they got their own engine in there. They got their own engine. They're starting to make them now where it's kind of going to be electric. I mean, I haven't seen one up close, but I think I seen one over at Utility up by Madison there that might be an electrical unit. I don't know how that's going to run, but you can run like a lot of containers, they'll hook them up to electric. They'll have their own power source, or like diesel engine plus then a power source, or electrical.
Babyface Nell 0N says, how many times the refrigerator requires maintenance yearly?
WZBot yells, level up for Brady. Top 10. LVL 547. NJG 26 Cabin. Top 10. LVL 117. Babyface Nell 0N. Top 10. LVL 93.
Well, a reefer unit for maintenance wise, the carrier we're with, they said every 1,500 hours is when they service it. So they'll change the oil, change the filters, maybe check over the battery, check the age of the battery. So about roughly 1,500 hours. But like the previous carrier that we were at, anytime we came back to the yard, we always had to run it through the inspection bay. They would have paperwork on that trailer to know when it was due for this or whatever else for that matter. They'd check it over, make sure it ain't got no major dents. They'd check the inside, make sure it's all good.
Monkey Dogs 190 says it's raining tacos, lol.
Raining tacos. But it really depends. I mean, but this carrier, they check it out at every 1,500 hours. It goes by hours, it doesn't go by anything else.
Babyface Nell 0N says almost after 10 to 20 trips.
Yeah, well, depends upon what the reefer does. if the reefer's on for like, if the switch is on, because there's two settings on there. The switch on hours, and then there's the actual operational hours. So once it probably hits 1,500 operational hours where the reefer's running, that's what they count on, not by switch hours. Because the reefer could be off for like 7-8 hours at a crack.
Base Nell 0N says, okay, idle time on doesn't count.
Well, if it's actually running on idle, then yes, that's operational hours. But if it's off, that's basically not running. But it still records how many hours the switch was on to start it up. Or basically have it on standby, basically, you might as well say. That would be switch hours.
Says it's raining here now to lull.
Yeah, this is the second part of the rain that we're getting from earlier, Monkey. This is part 2 of it. We already went through this already.
Dogs 190 says, and I am not even asleep yet. Monkey Dogs 190 says it's nearly midnight lull.
Nearly midnight. You gotta work tomorrow, Monkey?
WZ Bot says Fry. Top 10 rank. Number 2 level 841. 16,247, 26,071st XP.
Monkey Dogs 190 says I am multitasking whoops.
Multitask.
Says cooking, working, and lurking taters and eggs.
And 4 fry. Cook them taters up.
KB17 says hi Gary.
Hi, hi. How you doing?
Dogroom Miracle. Top 10, LVL 489. Baby Fastenels 0N. Top 10, LVL 95.
says, I thought there was a dog crying in background, but it's just the wiper's lull.
No, we don't have a dog on board. Our dogs are at home.
yells, level up for Sun Honey, top 10. LBL 376, K-Bow 17, top 10. LBL 18.
Legendary Centurion says, how much further do you need to go to get back home?
We're probably about a good couple hours away from the yard. From home, roughly about 4 hours, give or take.
Sun Honey says, lol, I leveled up while napping.
Yep.
Legendary Centurion says, I think they will need a wrecker to pull the box truck back onto the road.
Good. They might, Legendary. They might.
Lurking. Have a safe journey, Gary.
Thanks, Dark Beauty. Have a good stream. I see you're already live.
Centurion says, what do you think is on the menu tonight for you, Gary?
Well, I still got potato salad on board yet, Legendary. I ain't gonna let that go to waste.
Legendary Centurion says, by the way, I am trying to keep myself so busy so I don't think of Mom's 5-year anniversary since she passed on June 10th. So that is how I cope with missing her.
10-4, Legendary.
Legendary Centurion says, do you have any idea of helping me cope, Gary?
Just basically keeping yourself busy and your mind occupied on something else. That's about all I can tell you, Legendary. It's about the only thing I can suggest. It's not easy not to think about it. Especially when it's a family member.
Legendary Centurion says your stream and you and Carmen is helping me cope and see the positive side of life, so thank you so much for helping me.
Hey, you're welcome, Legendary. We try our best. We got out of Missouri when we did, because it looks like Western Missouri is getting nailed.
WZBot yells, level up for Legendary Centurion. Top 10, LVL 177, Dark Beauty. Top 10, LVL 44. Baby Fasimels 0M. Top 10, LVL 96.
Facemail 0N says that Legendary Centurion lost my mother to cancer 8 years ago on June 6th.
Sorry to hear that, baby.
Legendary Centurion says at Babyface 0N, sorry to hear that I guess we are in the same boat. Facemail 0N says that Legendary Centurion traveling cured my sorrow. Legendary Centurion says Gary Mum was 92, but one of Mum's daughters and her family said I was the reason she lived so long. At least that is a positive.
Could be. Could be. She lived to be a long time. Legendary 92. Wow, that's impressive. Very impressive.
Babyface Nell 0N says at Legendary Centurion. Legendary Centurion says on a happier note, I am trying my hardest to make Mum proud of me.
Well, I think you are legendary.
WZ Bach yells level up for Legendary Centurion. Top 10, LVL 178. Dark Beauty. Top 10, LVL 45. Baby Fast Nails 0N. Top 10, LVL 98.
Legendary Centurion says, has anyone told you you're one of the coolest truckers on the planet, in my opinion?
No, not really. I'm just a person that does his job, making sure that the food gets where it gets to go. That's about it, Legendary. Show my struggles, my achievements, everything that I do in my job.
Legendary Centurion says you're just doing the job the best you can do.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to achieve another day. Hope I wake up tomorrow. That's about it.
Centurion says, I wish the rain would stop and give you clear skies.
Yeah, but like I said, this is part 2 of the storm that we went through earlier. Just not as bad as what it was. Yeah, we ain't gonna make it home tonight, Cowboy Mike. We gotta deliver tomorrow.
Legendary Centurion says, have you met famous truck during your travels?
That famous truck? Who would that be? I don't know who that would be.
Dio, welcome back. OY Mike's 1970 says, oh okay, wishing y'all safe travels in this weather.
Thanks, Mike. Why is that doing that?
Legendary Centurion says, truckers I meant.
I think there's a conflict in there.
Babyface Mel 0N says, D professionals are same level. Sun Honey says, everybody said screw driving in this rain bullshit.
Yeah.
Report from Mason in Mason County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by fire department/rescue.
Just fill up one tank so we can make it back up to the yard.
Fry says, hey, it's Sun Honey.
Sun Honey says, evening at Fry.
WZBot yells, level up for Darth Beauty. Top 10, LVL 46. Baby Fasimals, 0M. Top 10, LVL 100.
Let's rock this party. Shake your body. Let's rock this party. Shake your body right. Let's rock this party. Shake your body right. Let's rock this party. Boy, nothing to it, just try and stir the atmosphere. Let's rock it. Let's rock it. No shame. 'Cause on the dance floor, we all look the same. The name is Trixie. I'm coming from DJ Friday. So rock your body like I know you should. Shake your body up. Shake your body down. Shake your body till it touch the ground. Let's rock this party.
WZBot says Sun Honey. Top 10, rank, number 14 level, 376. 9,863, 11,656 XP. 5s.
Fry says wow, still 14.
DJ Fry on the mic. DJ Fry on the mic.
Severe thunderstorm warning for Eagle County in east central South Dakota until 8 p.m. CPT. At 0709 p.m. CPT, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 7 miles southwest of Hillside Colony to 7 miles northeast of Woolsey to near Wessington, moving east at 35 miles.
Sun Honey says I am telling you, Rig G.
That is abundance. You see,
You see,
that is abundance.
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Kent County in central South Dakota until 0730 p.m. CPT. At 0710 p.m. CPT, a severe thunderstorm was located near Rose Hill Dam, or 14 miles southeast of Miller, moving east at 25 miles per hour.
In that moment, you vibrate at the
Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Gentry County in northwestern Missouri until 0745 p.m. CPT. At 0710 p.m. CPT, a severe thunderstorm was located near King City, or 10 miles southeast of Stanberry, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour.
and gratitude. Gratitude is the song of alignment.
So when you feel grateful, not for what's coming, but for what already is, you become a magnet.
Not for things, but for the energy that makes all things possible.
Reported by Messina. Additional information. Messina Station 164 St. Louis Wolsey.
Monkey Dogs 190 says you're home.
No, we're not home yet, Monkey. We're hours away from home yet.
Let me walk you through the exact clicks. This was not a coin song. It is an AI song.
Monkey Dogs 190 says, oh whoops, didn't read the screen.
Message deleted. Saved message Monday, 7:49 a.m.
Where's the beat? I didn't hear no beat. Where's the beat, Mike? Mike, where's the beat, man? Where's the beat, man? Beat. Hey, see you, Frankie, dude. What's up? We were just saying hi later. Okay, yeah, we'll talk to you later. Okay.
And honestly, I'm touched that you would share something so personal with me.
says driving empty now.
No, we are still loaded.
Bot yells, level up for Fry. Top 10. Number 2, LVL 842. Sun Honey. Top 10. LVL 377.
We're still loaded. We just had to put some fuel in to make sure we got back to the yard. Just filled up one tank.
Streambot says, YouTube at turbocharge 1000. Drivers ain't never paid to drive empty.
No, we don't. Some do on flatbed, I heard, but not a lot.
Official says that Chuck Tuck is 6,221 points.
Bryce says hey in Choctaw County.
WZ Bot yells, level up for CO. Welcome back. Oi Mike's 1970, top 10. LVL 710. Dark Beauty, top 10. LVL 47. Choctaw County, top 10. LVL 92.
Texas 915 man yells hi and welcome back to Wisconsin.
Hi, West Texas.
West Texas 915 man says Wisconsin.
How you been, West Texas?
West Texas 915 man says been doing great, just had some dinner.
What'd you have for dinner tonight?
had a torta in honor of Torta Thursday.
All right.
Texas 915 man says Minnesota, the other blue state besides Illinois, that's now well in the rearview mirror.
Right.
Texas 915 man says good luck to the Spurs in the NBA Finals. I hope they bounce back tomorrow night after yesterday's loss in Game 1.
Are they near the final end, I take it? I know, like the Stanley Cup, I guess they're near the tail end of hockey.
Texas 915 man says they're near the end as well.
All right. Well, good luck to whoever wins.
Boy Mike's 1970 says Knicks beat Spurs game 105-95.
Oh, wow.
Cowboy Mike's 1970 says that was game 1.
Copy that, Mike.
547, 11,769, 16,957 XP. 5s. WZ-Bot yells, level up for West Texas 915 men. Top 10, LVL 29.
miles southwest of Albany, moving northeast at 20 miles per hour.
Says get some rest, Gary.
Will do. Everyone have a great evening. Hopefully you stay dry. It looks like it's going to be a wet one tonight.
Fry says, are you shutting the stream down?
Yeah, we are shutting her down.
Brady says later have a good weekend and we'll see you on Wednesday.
Yeah, everyone have a great weekend. We are shutting her down. And we'll see you all back on Wednesday. We're going to find a channel to raid out to.
Lint15 says good night, Gary, Carmen, and all.
Night, everybody. Find out someone who to raid to.
Fry says 10-4 later all.
Sun Honey says laters y'all. Saribot says have a great rest of your day. Don't forget to stay hydrated and take care of yourself.
So make sure you all don't do anything I would do.
West Texas 915 man says take care. Good night, Gary and Carmen.
Have a good one, West Texas.
West Texas 915 man says good night. Take care, Gary and Carmen.
Boy, I guess TTS is a little late on that one. Which is nothing new.
WZ Bot yells, level up for West Texas, 915 man.